Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value as I would say. Like I gotta do is bring something new. And gonna get into the first offer that I'm setting up. Never set up an offer before. Foundation is set on this business. Stackivate is live. Ready to go. Just need the users to come through. So that's what I'm going to be doing live on stream. Setting up an offer to get some users in quick. I want to set up a really good offer. So basically, what I'm trying to do is set up an offer so that the first 10 people get 50% off forever, as long as they don't cancel. And if they find a bug in their first month, they're going to get the second month free. So I'm going to set all that up on the stream and go on to some other marketing things, because that's where this is basically at right now. The business is built. Just got to do the marketing, get the users in, get them coming through. So you know, it's all about the monetization loop. Coding the launch offer. Opening the code base and stepping up the state. Wiring up the cash flow engine for Stackivate. Setting up the Stripe loops to handle the entry gate. Dropping a locked-in discount that is absolutely great. Better than good. Coding the parameters so the system can align, giving the first 10 users a lifetime design. There's going to be an automated bounty. I got to engineer the bug reward. So I'm building out a button where the users can submit, tracking down the glitches while they exercise their wit. If they can scan the system and find an issue in the zone, a webhook tells Stripe to adjust the payments on its own. I'm going to be automating credits hitting the subscription line, turning early testers into a Q&A team. That is fine. So, you know, it's all about an abundance mindset framework. I don't operate in scarcity or beg for a small piece. I'm building proprietary networks that make the equity increase, while others are stagnant and staring at the wall, idling their time away. I'm crafting a SaaS empire that stays incredibly tall. The digital landscape holds an endless stream of gold, and I'm going to be claiming the territory with the execution bold. So, you know, this is, I believe, day 87, getting close to 100. And this is really, like, online with what I was thinking. I was hoping I'd have this first business done by day 100. And definitely in line for that. And so much more. So much more to go. But it's good because I like doing this. And I feel like I'm on the right track. So, you know, 87 days is showing up and laying down the track. Look at the depth of the streak. There's no turning back. Day by day, I got to stack the blocks and let the vision clear. Out executing everyone else month after month and year over year. The fortress is expanding and the foundation is secure. I'm building a product legacy that is guaranteed to endure. So, you know, go ahead and wake up in the chat, turn it up, let the energy ignite. Welcome to the broadcast. Flipping on the processing and the processes. So make sure you smash and follow the like. Let the visibility start to spike. Drop a comment in the stream if you know what abundance means. And you know the terminal is ready. Stripe API is clean. Wire up the launch gates and activate this machine. So the offer's coming through. Doing something new. And I'm going to get it started out, but I just wanted to try the new Ultra Code with Claude Code. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bug hunt. So I'm going to see if, you know, do the best version of Claude to see if it can find any bugs, have it launch a bunch of different agents, see what it can do. So, you know, anything anybody would find would be something that Claude Ultra Code couldn't do. All right. Gotta find out how to do ultra code. There we go. Effort, ultra code. Here we go. I want you to do a bug hunt on this project using this ultra code method. From what I understand, you can spawn multiple agents. So spawn as many agents you think you need to do a very thorough job. Find any bugs that you can. If you have any questions you need from me that would help you, feel free to ask before you get started. See if I can put this on auto mode. There we go. Ultra code auto mode. Activated. Fully active. Fully active. Ultra code auto mode. Do all bug classes. Yeah. Claude now has memory on the LLM. Now Claude can make relevant connections across the chats. I feel like it was already doing that to some extent before. but they're saying that it's brand new. I did do some research into this Ultra Code. It has a different process than it regularly would. Way more thorough. I want to do a promo to get the first users for Stackivate. And what I am planning on doing is basically first 10 users get 50% off. And if they find a bug, then they will get their second month free. And they'll get 50% off for like lifetime as long as they're not canceling. So if they like canceled and then came back, then they'd have to pay the full price. But I feel like this is something I could be doing just in the code base with Claude Code. But also I'd like to have you in the LLM as kind of like an advisor, kind of like strategizing this first a little bit. And then, you know, I'll be able to come back and bring you any questions over time once users start accumulating and they're finding bugs. And I can come back to this chat to reference, you know, the history. So, let me know what you think of this idea. Any questions, any advice, anything you can add, feel free. "25 Finder agents." And then each time an agent finds something, there's going to be 1 to 3 independent skeptics that they have to run it by, depending on the severity of the bug claim. Whoa, that was quick. Oh wait. It's like done, but it's not done. It's running in the background. Watch the live progress with workflows. Let's try that out. Alright, so I like that founding price better. Right now, the price is about $15 a month, and that is like the introductory price. Doing the research, market research, it sounds like anything that's similar to this is at least like $20 to $30 a month. So I just started it off at $15 for like a founding price. So I'm not sure if I should give 50% off that founding price. I definitely agree what you're saying with making it that they have to cancel it if there's an issue with, like, you know, a payment not going through, then they shouldn't be penalized because of that. Not sure what you think. Is 10 users a good amount for this? Should I maybe try like 20 or more or something like that? And Stackivate, this is the investment education platform that focuses on teaching people their own style of investment. I can give you more data on that if you need it. So this is a consumer app. So the real goal of the first 10 will be, you know, there probably wouldn't be much revenue. So it's mainly just feedback and, yeah, just me getting data, I think. Getting the first users in there. Getting this running. And I do not have a wait list. I just launched the MVP this month. or within the last month. So I'm basically starting out cold. I'm just starting to run marketing, just got the account set up, and this should be like the first week I'll really run marketing outside of building this live on the live stream. Alright, so if you have any more questions, let me know, and let me get some advice on what you think for the questions I had and the things that maybe I'm not 100% sure about. So I like this idea, doing the first month free no matter what, just because you know, people are going to be testing it, so there's probably going to be issues. So I'll give people the first month free and then offer a second month free if they find a bug, and then the founder price for life, forever, as long as they use it, as long as they are fully active. The MVP has a free tier and a paid tier. So basically the paid tier is live paper trading with an AI coach and automatic journaling. So each time a buy or sell is made, there are questions the user would fill out, and it would store the journal entries in a database so that the coach can go off of these journal entries and then get more data over time to help coach them to find their own unique investment style, what works best for them. And you're right, it is not going to be telling people what to buy. It is just going to be telling people like how they can be more aware of how they operate and what type of investing probably works best for them. So then they get recommendations, they can try it, see what works, and get more data. And the feedback loop just gets stronger and stronger to give them better information. So for the second question, where am I pointing marketing this week? Just organic social marketing, getting started. Paid ads later, when it makes sense at the right time. Live stream audience. It's basically like me doing a challenge of building businesses. So I don't know, I'm getting maybe, when I do the stream, maybe 100 to 300 people per stream. And I would have to say, I don't know how many of them are there for just more like the building and the business and the vibe coding, and how many of them are there because they're interested in this particular product. But, you know, this is the first SaaS app that I've ever built, so it's new to me how long this is going to take. But I would like to get these first 10 users sooner than later so I can start getting feedback. It's going to be interesting to see how much context this took up. 105 agents. It's like they did the hunt. Now they're verifying what they found. And the synthesizer.
Sounds good, sister. It's a great bassline. Yes, I wicked.
I'll be back. Before you write this up, I want to understand, like, how would this look in the project? You know, where would I put this offer? And what would, like, the process be? What would the process be? "107 out of 107 agents," says it's done. Okay. It's not what. "107 agents, 45 candidate findings, 37 confirmed." So then I should be able to just use Ultra Mode to fix the bugs it found. So I would say fix a batch, start with the high severity set, and also do the data loss cluster. So I don't know what would make more sense. It sounds like doing the data loss cluster first because they share one fixed pattern. But basically do what you think would be the best order for this first set of high severity and data loss cluster. And let me know if you have any questions for me. Whoa. Use 90% of the session limit. That was quick. Alright. So basically, good thing I got extra credits on here.
We bust a mission, clear your vision so your eyes can see. Be successful is a hustle, take its destiny. Stop the blame game, we stay scheming. In my drop top, they start believing. Have your thoughts, riding with me. I'll take the wheel for you to see. What would have been, what could have been. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy.
That was the most tokens I've ever used in a short amount of time before. So I mean, I feel like if anything was worth burning that much tokens, it was definitely this. It found a lot of things, and I mean, could I have done it without Ultra Mode and had it just do like one agent at a time to find this stuff? Yes, but it would have taken, I mean, probably 100 times longer. And I have extra credits that I need to burn anyway, so... I did not expect it to be that much, though. That was a lot. Alright, so I'm doing this live on stream, so is it possible that I can just do all the changes I need to make in Claude Code first, and then after the stream I can do the Stripe stuff? That alter code though, I was thinking like maybe 10 times what I was used to using for usage, but that was like 100 times, which makes sense, I guess, because it was like 107 agents running at the same time. And usually what I see when Claude is running extra agents is maybe like 5 or 6 when it just does it on its own for like max effort. But at least from what it seems is that the actual hunt for the bugs is what took up a ton of usage, but the bug fixing is very minimal, like it would be on just like a max effort mode or like high effort mode. So I'm definitely seeing the use for this is for bigger tasks that would take a lot of agents, and probably saving ultra mode for like the end of the week, right before the weekly usage limit is up. So lucky for me, I've got that extra $200 free usage, so that was going to expire in another month anyway. But either way, I mean, it's totally worth it, because just the time cost, like if I had done that, it would have taken 100 times longer. And it would have been really, really boring. Bug hunting is not one of my favorite things to do. It never was. And I do not believe it used Playwright. So I think next time I have Ultra mode run this, I'm going to see if I can get the Playwright. Get it to use Playwright when it does its bug hunt.
The shampoo, lost and found. If you have no heart, you hear no sound. If you come up short, it'll come around. If you're too far up, just come down. Yeah, what you give and take what you need. No need to take sides, just feel in between. Find your place in serenity. Find joy in a melody. Find your place in serenity.
Yes, that is exactly how I want this structured. Gonna start with the app layer build, And then I'll do the stripe layer checklist later. So wait till we're done with the app layer build. And then once you know I'm done with that, then remember that it's time to do the stripe layer checklist. So the offer, originally I was thinking doing 50% off and then doing a second month free if a person found a bug. But now that I've done some strategizing, I think the better thing to do is do the first month free no matter what. And then if they find a bug, the second month is free too. And then the founder price of $15, which is basically half price of what it's going to be once all the bugs are, you know, worked out and I know it's providing good value. These first test users are going to be like the founders, like they're going to really help me understand this, so that's why I'm giving them such a good deal. But I'll just give them that price for life, and I've got to set it up so that, you know, if there's an issue with like a card payment not going through, that it doesn't cut them off from that price. That it's only if they manually cancel it. So basically, I feel like that's a pretty good deal. But you know, if anybody has any more suggestions, feel free to let me know. Looking at the chat. Hello, HHH, how's it going? Doing pretty good. Hope the same to you. And welcome to the chat, Shadow Hunter. Saying Shadow, thank you for $100 super chat. Not sure what that means. If you'd be more specific, I could respond better to that. And H is asking, what am I building? So this is the Stackivate investment education platform that teaches people how to develop their own unique investment style. A lot of educational tools, and the paid tier is automatic journaling and coaching to get better over time. Pretty much every other investment education platform, or really like any education platform, whether it's a broker or whatever, they're all going to be giving people the same advice, like a one size fits all. But I understand investing is not like that. Like, everybody has different, you know, mindsets. Everybody's mind works differently. And the more I learn investing, the more I know myself. So basically what I'm doing right now is I'm trying out ultra mode for the first time, doing a bug hunt. And I already did the bug hunt. It took up about, I'm on the max plan, and it took up like 90% of my usage for like the hourly session, which is way more than I thought it would. But it spawned like 107 agents. And then it spawned another like 15 agents to do, like, each time one of those 107 agents found a bug, the 15 agents would basically like act as a panel to like verify whether the bug was like something that was legit or just something that looked like a bug and maybe wasn't. So it did that whole process, and it found, how many did it find? I don't want to scroll the way up. It found something like, I think, 30 to 40 bugs. And they look pretty legit, most of them. But it definitely classified it like, you know, high value. But another reason I'm doing this is because essentially what I'm doing is I'm setting up a founder offer for the first 10 users. So they're going to get their first month free. They're going to get the founder price of $14.99 a month locked in for life. And if they find a bug, they're going to get the second month free. Which is why I wanted to do a really thorough bug hunt. I've already done a lot of bug hunts, and this one is just a way more thorough one. So, you know, make it more difficult to find bugs. Like the bugs that are going to be found by people are ones that Claude would not pick up on easily, or even when I have Codex. I've had Codex do a lot of bug hunts on this. But, I mean, get them locked in. Get the people locked in for life for that founder price. Because this project is easily worth, this paid tier is easily worth like $30 a month. So I'm offering like half price right now on the first 10 users. Once this bug hunt is done, I'm going to go ahead and wire up that offer so that it recognizes the first 10 users as founder users, and they'll be locked into that price for a lifetime, and they'll get the first month free and the second month free too if they find a bug in the first month. So, welcome to the chat, Nano YouTube official. Do I lose the monthly money spend on Claude, or do I manage to make it back with the project? So, essentially right now I'm losing it. Well, I'm not, you know, this is my first business that I'm doing through this challenge, so I'm not making any revenue yet. I think I've made like $15, which is nothing. So like, I'm losing it right now, but I mean, it's on a business account, so it'll still go into taxes, right? And it'll be on my taxes, so I can write that off as taxes. When I do start making the money later, then I can show all the spend that I've had. So essentially, like, until the amount of money that I'm making catches up with how much I've already spent, it'll be break even to where I won't have to be paying taxes on it because it won't be taxable income yet. But, for the most part, I guess you could say I'm losing the monthly spend that I'm spending for Claude and other AI tools. But I feel like at the end of the day, I mean, it's really giving me education, if anything. Like, I can just look at it like, even if I like lost that money, like the education I'm getting from learning these tools is worth, you know, 1,000 times more. And that's what I'm gambling on. That's what I feel like in the future, this skill is going to get more and more valuable. And that by me learning it now, learning it what I see is early in the trend window, that in the future that all the work I put in will, you know, pay itself off in many more ways than just the businesses that I'm building. And looking at the next chat, welcome to the chat, Austin, first time here, good to see you. Welcome to the community. It's all about unity, vibe coding, knowledge that you can't learn in a college. So what am I building? This is Stackivate. I just launched this, the first business that I launched on this challenge. I've been an entrepreneur for like 15 years, so I've had other successful businesses in the past, but none of my past businesses are a part of this challenge. So essentially, I have launched version 1, and what I'm doing right now is I just did a bug hunt with Ultra Mode, just tried Ultra Mode for the first time. I want to do a very thorough extra bug hunt because what I'm building right now is a feature to get the first 10 users on a founder deal. And I was just explaining, a basic explanation is like the first month will be free. They'll be locked into the founder price, which is basically 50% off for life. And if they find a bug in the first month, then they will get the second month free as well. And thank you. It would be nice to be getting paid sooner than later. respect on the encouragement and the good vibes, and I will keep up the good work. I know I put in a ton of work so far. You know, it's only the beginning, but this first business is really like the foundation is set. Almost ready to start the second business up. Everything I've applied to the first business, I can apply to the second. So I have faith. It's only a matter of time. This is such an awesome time to be doing this, and I know that in the future, it's going to be massive. It'll probably just, you know, just like most businesses, I think it's going to take a while, and the money will come in slow. But then once it really starts to like come in, then it'll just exponentially take off. So definitely, if you guys are building anything awesome, feel free to let me know. I'd like to check it out, give you my feedback, and feel free to check out Stackivate. There's a link in the description for all the channels, and you can just Google it too if you want to. And the, you know, I'm building the offer like basically live today, so it should be ready by tomorrow. All right, so it looks like this first bug fix is done. So Nano wishes you could stay, but it's very late. Catch up at a later time. Thank you. Good luck to you too, and it's good to have you here. And I will be doing, I'm not locked into this specific time, so I will be doing live streams across different time periods as well. Alright, so for the one item from my call, I would say change the recovery is confirmed by the cross. Take out that confirmed terminology. Whatever you think is best to say that the recovery is like, you know, probably or more probable to be in effect when that particular cross is formed. So I know like some people confirm it and that's how some people operate, but good job on catching that, and just say that it makes it more probable. And then go ahead and do the next most prioritized batch of bug fixes. It looks like that would be the medium tier. And anything else that might be left over from the previous tier. So even though it's still in alter code mode, seems like the alter code is only in effect for like the planning and doing the original thing. But also, I mean, I guess I could have given it directions to use like multiple agents to fix the bugs, but that really wouldn't make sense to me. Like, once it knows what it is, it shouldn't need multiple agents. So it's really just like the investigation stuff. So I'm seeing, like, if I would have just used alter code and been like, you know, go fix this bug, I think the only thing it would have done would have just been like just the same thing as using like high or max effort. But when I use alter code to do some kind of like strategizing or investigation into a project, this is where I see it having the most effort, or the most payback. I'll be back. Guess it's not going to be Nixon 4. Going back to my original Nixon 6. So after these bug fixes, I'll change it back to max effort. And then just do a regular plan mode for this setting up the founding member discount deal. I gotta make sure to say, give thanks for life, give thanks for health and strength and intuition and vision and knowledge that you can't learn in a college from the Most High. How I get by on a day-to-day. Because I feel like I got great things to do and pursue, and the visions keep coming through, and the ideas too. So I gotta give thanks every day for that. Give thanks every day for guidance. Give thanks every day for nature and abundance. And boss level thinking and structure. Keep getting larger and larger. Brain power is the main power. Give thanks every time I run AI. AI doesn't run I. The more I learn, the more I know. So I was like, basically the new features I was learning about was Ultra Code and Graphify. So I just tried Ultra Code. I haven't done Graphify. What Graphify basically does is it's for Claude Code. And essentially it kind of like graphs the structure of a project. And from what I understand, it doesn't make sense to use it unless you're like over 1,000 lines of code on a project. Because if it graphs the project, then each time the agent needs to go back and like answer a question or find something and look through everything in the project, it can just check the graph first and it can direct it to the right place right away. So basically it's for like saving tokens and time. It's not gonna, I don't see how it would really make the code any better. It's just gonna make it so that the agent doesn't have to search as hard to find what it needs to find, and should bring down cost and time too. So maybe I should have, I think next time I try Ultra Code, I'm gonna try Graphify first and see if that basically makes Ultra Code cheaper, which I'm guessing it would. But I definitely think that also, like, from what I heard about Graphify, maybe it isn't going to be 100% perfect to where it could still cause the agent to miss something by skipping things. So maybe it's like, if something's more important, it's better to not use Graphify. And I still don't know by setting up Graphify if it's like, sounds like once I set it up, it might just be automatically on, so I would have to like turn it off when I don't want to use it. It doesn't sound like it's something to where like, you know, I gotta set it for Ultra Code or max effort before each task, or like auto mode or plan mode.
Can't trust myself. So don't get me started on anybody else.
More lyrics, Pretzel, come on.
Always
Meditation time. No, it's too slow. Welcome back to the chat, A Legend. How you doing? I'm doing good. Hopefully you are too. Today I'm doing something new. Just trying the Ultra Code out and seeing what it's about. Used it for a bug hunt. And basically I'm building in a founding member offer. So they're going to be first month free, second month free if they find a bug in the first month. And then they're locked into the $15 a month founding member offer for however long they want to keep the account open. And definitely doing good. Got out wing foiling yesterday for the first time of the season, so I'm definitely feeling good about that. Feeling refreshed. And yeah, I'm gonna keep on moving, keep on cruising, and keep on building. Feel like this is where I'm supposed to be. This is my mission right now, and I'm making good progress, and just got to keep the momentum strong, and hopefully I'm not just providing a lot of value through the businesses I'm creating, but I'm providing a lot of value through building these businesses live and making content about it so that a lot of people can learn from me. So you know nothing about coding, and neither did I when I started this challenge. My background is entrepreneur, building businesses, and once I realized what, the capabilities of AI agents with coding and what could be built, the main reason that really attracted me to this was building business systems like that could be customized. For example, like, CRMs, if you understand what that is. It's like data for a business to help a business do better, basically. So like I've understood the main CRMs before, and those are all like one size fits all. The same CRM basically goes to like every business that buys the same CRM from the same provider. And I'm like, well, why couldn't I just build my own custom CRM that's customized for the business? And then I realized, well, I can build my own custom marketing dashboard. One of the things I just built that I'm going to get into more later on this stream is custom, basically would be the best way to explain it, a custom consultant and coaching dashboard that is for this particular business. So I'm setting up like a whole business process, and then I can just get that down and get the business process down better. And I've had so many businesses that I've wanted to build in the past that required, an app that I had never had the funds to hire a developer to do. Or if I did, it was more like, do I want to pay a developer $10,000 to build something that I don't even know, and then like it could have problems in the future that I have to keep paying them more. But once this came along, it was like it solved so many of my business problems at once. So giving thanks for that. So you're from Pakistan, and I mean, as long as you got good internet, I mean, I would say, get started sooner than later. I see this, like, I feel like I'm good at understanding tech trends. I feel like we're right in the beginning of this trend. I feel like the window is going to be open for at least another year or two before this really gets like, you know, saturated. Could even be longer because the way the tech is moving and upgrading so quick, I can tell it's really different. Like if I were only doing this like part-time, only spending like 4 hours a day on this, I feel like there's no way I'd be able to get caught up to where the tech is. And I'm spending, you know, I'm doing at least 8-hour days, like 6 days a week on this. And I'm barely feeling like I'm catching up to where the updates are. So definitely a lot to learn, but it's totally worth it to me. All right, so this next batch of fixes is done. $24 of $33 fixed. Yes, I want you to mop up the remaining 9 low fixes. And then we can do, make sure everything's good and then do commit and push. So Legend, if you're still there, are you looking into to do coding for like your own business, to build stuff just for your own use case? Let me know if you have any more questions, especially about business and marketing stuff, but anything really. I feel like while I'm here, I could help you get started on some kind of project, let you know kind of like what you would need, and point you in the right direction for just some kind of like foundational knowledge that would probably help you a ton, just to kind of understand what's going on. I mean, the agent will be doing the work for you, but you want to make sure that you're able to understand what it's doing and just like be pointing it in the right direction and understand what's possible. So that was the quickest I went through, I think it's a 5-hour session usage. I'm like 10% over right now, running off of credits instead of the actual plan. So just doing that like bug hunt went through about like 90% of the session usage. And if I wasn't on stream, like it would probably make the most sense to just like, you know, wait a few more hours before I continue. But it's not that big of a deal to me. I'd rather keep on making progress. And now I understand alter code better. I'm going to be looking into ways to give alter code some kind of like parameters so that I can run it, but run it more efficiently in the future. I think one of the best methods for that would be wait till like the end of the weekly limit, and then run it right before the weekly limit is over, and maybe do it at like the end of a session. So like, you know, I can just kind of like stop it or pause it and then start it back up on the next session. Instead of like what I did today, I started it at the beginning of the session. But that's all learning. Build fast, fail fast. I run AI, AI doesn't run I. And so you know it's going to be. Basically, I will wire it up for the free offer for the first 10 users. I'll wire it up through the code right now on the stream, and then I think right after the stream I'll probably take a quick break and get some food, and then I will set it up through Stripe through the payment processor. So you know, a couple hours after the stream is over, it should be ready for the first 10 users to sign up that will get that offer. And I'm only marketing this right now to just the people on the live stream. So, you know, the live stream, people have been there from the start. I think I'm gonna drop another like regular video tomorrow promoting this this offer, but that will be later in the day, so I can give everybody a chance on the stream to get in before anybody else. And I'm very thankful, everybody in the stream. I think my learning process has gone at least 10 times quicker thanks to so many helpful people in the stream. And over the last month, I've definitely noticed a change to where a lot of the people offered me advice. It was advice that I already knew. And I mean, there's definitely still more to learn, but I'm seeing to where I'm really like getting caught up with where everything is. And next step, super excited about, is agents. Been researching Hermes agent, best ways to set it up, finding my first use cases. And I wouldn't be surprised if I set up Hermes agent and then a month later there's like a new agent that's better that comes out. But then I can test both of them. I was definitely made a pass on OpenClaw. The security issues was one thing, but it was not customized. Like, the stuff I would be able to do with OpenClaw was not as custom as what I could build, the systems that I can build with Claude. So I saw that from the start, and I was like, I'm not even going to waste my time building something that's generic. That's like the whole opposite reason of why I got into this. All the fixes applied. That was just verification. I already checked the usage, but I'm super interested to see how much context it went through. From as far as I've been watching, it did not have to compact the conversation at all, so it should be under 100%. But I'm very interested to see where that is at. Looking at the chat. Hey, yo, bro. Welcome back to the chat. Let's go. No doubt. Feeling good today. Got in a good wing foil session yesterday. Riding the waves on the lake. And, you know, doing the ultra mode for the first time with Claude Code. And it ran through about 90% of my usage for the session in about 20 minutes. But I did it for a bug hunt, spanned, I think it was 107 agents to find the bugs, and then another 15 agents to, when each agent found a bug, they would bring it to that panel of 15 agents to essentially prioritize what the bug was it a legit bug, stuff like that. And now just going through and fixing all the bugs. I think there were, yeah, it looks like 33 bugs that I found. And the big reason I'm doing that now is because I'm launching founding offer to where first 10 people are locked in for the $15 price for as long as they have the account. And the first month will be free, and the second month will be free if they find a bug. So I want to do like an extra thorough bug hunt. Have the first foundational founder member users, give them a fresh clean slate to see if they can find things that Claude couldn't. And get some users on the site. So how about you? You doing good? Sure you are. Bringing in the good energy every time. And anything on your mind about coding or business, let me know. See what the context is. Oh, under 50%. That's good. Not even close to 100%. So I definitely can do these this other quick cleanup stuff. So I want to do the Claude MD level table. Yes, clean up the lint errors and the Claude MD document drift. Definitely, I would have to say Ultra Code to me is the most, I was going to say coolest, but I would have to say a better word would be like the most value of any new feature I've seen on Claude or Claude Code in a while. This Ultra Mode or Ultra Code, I was deciding because I just learned 2 new features, Graphiphy and Ultra Code, and I was trying to decide between the 2, and I'm glad I picked this one. Gonna do Graphiphy next time. Graphiphy sounds pretty basic. Then once this is done for the offer, I will be starting up a new fresh context window terminal. commit and push this too. I think while I'm here, let's tackle both of these that are still open. Number 2 and number 4. So I don't know if you need to do them one at a time, or if you have any questions for me. Let me know what you think, and if you're ready to fix them, then just get started. Need to get more room so I can do Kung Fu. do the quick in-browser verification first. Do you think the future of the business model I'm talking about, providing business systems to other businesses, is going to be a sales type like you're explaining now? Or do you think in like 2 to 5 years in the future, it's just going to shift to like a SaaS, to where like businesses could just get their customized systems through like a SaaS style product, I guess, if I'm explaining that correctly. Let me know if you think you understand what I'm saying, and if you have any questions for me, and what you think about this, where this is going in the future. Generative infrastructure SaaS. That is the future. Gemini seems to think something that I totally agree with, that if the future is SaaS infrastructure for businesses, basically they think if a CEO buys a generic SaaS tool and tells the team to use it, the team will resist it, drag their feet, and let the software sit idle. And I've seen that happen with just like the already available CRMs and marketing platforms that are available and have been available for the past 10 or so years. So it sounds to me like it's going to be more like a future that's like a hybrid model. I would definitely say that I'm more excited by understanding high-level business strategy of how these systems will play out in the future. But I also enjoy the technical puzzle of building out the architectures for these business systems. I think I'm just more motivated by seeing what's possible and looking at business strategy and like seeing the actual impact. Like just building the systems is cool to me, but I'm more motivated to build the systems by seeing the effect it'll have on business. And I'd like to hear more from you about where you think this is going with business in the future, especially in regards to like, you know, from what I'm seeing, these systems should be able to run most businesses. And I'm seeing already, you know, over the past like year or two, businesses have cut down on employees because of AI. And then in a lot of cases, they've realized that they kind of overestimated what AI was capable of and then started hiring employees back again. But I mean, this is still super early. And I'm seeing that, you know, most business stuff that I still see when I looked on LinkedIn and stuff like that, people are still on this like prompt engineering phase. And they're not really like seeing past that. And I'm way past that. Like I'm on these systems, like trying to see where the future of business is going to be. And I already know my understanding is like on a different level, but let me know what you think. Let me know where the future is, like what this will do to businesses. Like I'm interested to hear what you have to think. Oh, looking at the chat, welcome back. Langston, you're building a custom IDE. That's not a VS Code fork. All the ones I know about are forks of VS Code, but I only know about Cursor. And I think I remember learning about one or two others I can't remember the name of. So what, I guess what's the main feature that you want in your custom IDE? What is the, like, what prompted you to, or inspired you to build this? Where do you think, like, the features you can build are going to be different from VS Code? And definitely, whatever you want to share, that's cool. And whenever you got it built, I would definitely like to be one of the first users to try it out, give you my feedback. I'll be back. Entering the era of the sovereign solo conglomerate. You're right, the systemic infrastructure once. Background agents quietly route the data, sync the tables, trigger the email workflows. While you just focus on the CEO strategy. So if I understand this correctly, you're talking about like friction points or data headaches, like doing responding to user emails and going through all the data to make the project better, like the user data. I mean, essentially like all the low-level tasks. All the things that are repetitive and just like mindless tasks. This is a huge inspiration why I'm doing this, is because I want to be able to just focus on CEO level, like, you know, high inspiration, high cognitive functioning tasks. Things that I can, you know, tap into source and really flow. And I understand from doing business for many years that these low-level tasks are really like major flow killers. In the past, they were necessary, or even having to hire somebody. But even then, I mean, before AI, you hire somebody, and nobody likes doing those jobs. So you hire somebody, and how long can you really keep them there? So you spend a lot of time in training and churn. And I mean, just the knowing that these things can be handled and automated is major. So like, I think I'm understanding a lot of areas of this pretty well. I think the main area is like the database management that I could use more insight and education on. So let me know if you understand what I'm saying. If you're seeing, based on this conversation, that there's more areas that I'm not understanding clearly, and let me know. Give me like a rundown on how you think like databases will be used throughout a business in the future. Like, is it going to be like, you know, one single database for everything? It sounds like what you're saying, especially is databases will be, you know, set up by a business owner or someone like myself who could set up these systems for a business owner, but then agents will essentially manage the database and like create new tables when necessary and things like that. Help me understand this better. Alright, done is done. Yeah. Commit and push. Give thanks every time. Give thanks for life. Give thanks for agentic orchestration. Give thanks for the new Ultra Code, Ultra Mode. Even though it ate up 90% of my usage in about 20 minutes, the time save was definitely worth it. So found 33 bugs in the hunt, fixed them all, did the link cleanup, and some other quick errors that I found. So basically, when I start up the founder deal, should be interesting to see what bugs they're finding, especially to see like why is Claude missing these bugs, or even Codex. Do you think it would make sense to do a audit from Codex based on everything you just did? Do an audit on the bug hunt, and then get to wiring in the deal. You are correct. When I try to do longer Codex audits through Claude Code, it gets hung up sometimes. But when I go into the chat window and I use Codex through there, and then I bring you the results, I've never had a problem with it getting stuck there. So basically what I want you to do is write me a prompt that I can give to Codex in the chat window, and then I will bring you back the results. Codex 5.5 high for the audit. More abundance. It's a good idea for obsidian. Start tracking how many hours I sleep every night. Looking back at the chat, Langston's is back. The build is going good, like it should. Now I'd have to say, getting better each day. Ultra Code is the mode that I tried out today. And so it seems like I did it for the right thing. I did a bug hunt. And if I would have just had it fix bugs, it wouldn't have really been any different than just using max effort, or I think Ultra Code isn't even max effort, it's extra high effort or something. But it was all about finding the bugs. And it spun up 107 agents to find bugs, and then another 15 agents to be a panel for those bug finding agents to bring their findings to the panel, and then the panel would assess severity of the bug. Was it actually a bug? Stuff like that. But that went quick. That took me 20 minutes to do. Went through 90% of my max plan usage. But it was worth it, because the time it would have taken before Ultra mode without any external tools would have been 50, 100 times longer. So I feel like Ultra Code is definitely also offering a ton of value in seeing how it's setting up the process. Because when I learned about Ultra Code, it was telling me about how, when you just do a normal plan mode or give it a normal prompt, the way it assesses and strategizes what it's going to do. And it's kind of standard for everything, but with Ultra Code it's different, and it kind of creates a unique custom assessment for whatever the task is. So now I can run that on certain tasks in Ultra Code, and if I didn't want to, I don't even think I would have to run the process through Ultra Code. I could just see the way Ultra Code decides to run the process, and then if I wanted to, I could break that down into smaller chunks so it's not using so many tokens. I'm guessing that's kind of like what I want to try and see what happens. But either way, Ultra Code, I think I would have to say, is the coolest feature that I've tried with Claude Code in a while. And welcome to the chat, Elemental Magic's card game. Respect every time. And I have played that Magic card game before. And you're a master programmer, Elemental. Okay. I'm not sure what the Elemental part is, but that's awesome to have you here. So I'm guessing some of these games like that used to be on the cards, I think AI could probably take them to a new level. Oh, just a name. Okay. To distinguish from the other master programmers. There you go. And I would say I'm a learning programmer. Feel like I can drop the beginner, but definitely not master. So it's good to have you here. And if you see anything, you know, feel free. Anything you see that you see me doing that you can offer advice. And my strong point is business and marketing, business systems. So if you have any questions in regard to that stuff, feel free to ask too. So generative AI is okay for card art to some extent. Suffers from all the usual problems with generative AI OFC. So this is just in regards to the art of the card. And I know there's a like massive market for these cards, not just for like playing the games with them, but like collecting and like kind of like how baseball cards, I would think about it, have value. Certain cards have high monetary value, and I'm guessing a lot of that comes down to like the art on the card, and that kind of makes me even think of the phase with the last bull, well, not the last bull run, but like 2 bull runs ago with crypto, with NFTs, and some of them were so basic. I couldn't understand how people were paying so much money. And as everybody knows, the NFT was like a phase. I mean, maybe it comes back, but it was quick and prices dropped and they never really recovered. Whereas the card thing is definitely like sustained and been around for a while. So I don't know the game well enough, but I'm thinking that there's got to be like a way to set up some kind of platform, kind of like, I'm thinking like chess.com. Like when I go on chess.com, it just matches me with, it records my skill level over time, and it can match me with people all over the world who have like a similar skill level. So that's kind of, I think, where I'm seeing AI could provide the most value for something like that. You think generative AI is going to crash hard like NFTs, but it won't go to zero? I think that is possible. I'm already noticing on platforms like X and LinkedIn that generative AI posts that it would have like those pictures and stuff are getting less reach. People still want to see like real pictures of real people doing real things. I mean, it was like, it had like a novelty effect, I think, when it first came out, but I'm seeing that on social is that it's not as powerful as it used to be. So I definitely see that trend. Nobody knows how much further it will run before the crash, but it feels like it's getting close. I believe it. And like you're saying, I think that it won't go to zero. I think that there's still like a lot of use cases and value for it. But I do think that I even see it already that it's not as effective as it was when it first came out. So you saw that too, that early on it had like a coolness factor, but it made it too easy to mass produce trash. So it has an uncoolness factor now. It needs a long AI winter to rehabilitate itself with more careful work, not this fire hose approach. I agree. And I think most people are just doing really basic prompts and just like going with whatever output they get. And what I'm finding is, you know, using those prompts in the LLM to generate that stuff is about as basic as you can get. And it doesn't remember like it should. It doesn't remember how to make things better over time. But setting it up in projects, like a marketing dashboard I'm creating, and making sure to keep iterating and like lock in the changes every time so it gets better over time, I think is the way to go. And at the end of the day, like, people still want to see the like actual real life stuff. Like, people don't want to see everything AI generated. Especially I noticed there's like a same, maybe this is kind of the same thing, but the avatars, like the Hey Gen avatars, those were like really popular. And now I think it's a mix of people just not finding as much value from watching these avatars. And I think it might even more be, you know, 6 months ago when people saw these avatars, most people I think could not recognize when an avatar was an AI person. Whereas like now, I think people are becoming like in tune to like what's AI and what's not AI way more. So you've been doing AI research since 2012. Generative AI was the coolest thing ever until it started working, and then everyone hated it. I think that's a pretty good way to say it. I think that was like, you know, the kind of the mindset was like, well, when you can just generate everything AI, it's like game over. Like, no more manual work. But people still want to see like the real thing. People will still rather watch a movie of real actors than a movie of AI actor avatars. Unless, actually, that just made me think, I mean, the movie Avatar itself is kind of technically, in a way, generative, but also they're using like real actors and mixing. It's more like a hybrid, I guess. So maybe there's more to that in the future, like the hybrid, like generative mixed with actual, like real live content. But this is so awesome just to see, like, and like kind of speculate on where this is going in the future. Because like you said, like, you've been doing this for looking into generative AI for over 10 years, and everyone was like super hyped that it was going to solve every problem, and then it came out, and then it was like a big letdown to a lot of people. Oh, I hear you. They didn't think it would solve every problem. leading up to its like creation, they just thought it was super cool. I agree with that. I think it like it's still cool, but like the novelty of it I think wore off a lot quicker than I would have thought. Is maybe like a good way to say it. Once it became usable, it became mass-produced slop. Totally. There are... I would have to say the majority of it is. I would have to say like 90 to 95% of it is mass-produced slop, but I've definitely been very impressed by people who are dedicated to taking it past the level of slop and what they're doing with it. And I think there is like a future for it. It's just gonna be a while before it's on the level that people are gonna want to consume it to the same extent that they want to consume actual like real life stuff. And at that point, then like pretty much anybody with like a story idea could just like get an AI agent and then like direct them to create like a movie even. And just thinking about what's possible in the future. So right now I'm building the Stackivate project. It's a investment education platform that will teach people to develop their own unique style of investing. The majority, if not all, of investment education is one size fits all. Even if it's not education, even if people are going to like financial advisors, they're all getting the same, I mean, for the most part, very similar advice on what to do with their money. And what I've understood from investing for many years is that the more I invest, the more I understand myself, and started out by following and trying to copy a lot of people that I thought were experts. quickly realized that, you know, nobody knows 100% what they're doing. Even the best rated experts still make big mistakes. And over time, I started developing my own strategy and followed the experts way less. Now I barely even check in with what they're doing. And I'm trying to provide that same value to everybody else and really get more people in the investing game. There's a lot more to it. You know, a lot of people are really feel intimidated by learning to invest. And I'm seeing a lot of these issues that people have, and I'm trying to address them all through this project. But essentially what I'm doing right now is I just got done trying out Claude Code, Ultra Mode for the first time to do like a major bug hunt. It spun up like 107 agents and another 15 agents as like a panel for those agents to bring the bugs to assess them. Fixed all the bugs, because what I'm building, the main thing I'm trying to build today is because I just launched this app, I want to have a founder deal. So the first 10 users are locked into the founder price for life, and they get their first month free, second month free if they find a bug. And then as long as they don't manually cancel the subscription, they will get the founder price for life. So essentially the foundation of this business is built. The marketing, the business systems behind it, the foundation is all built. Now it's just about bringing users on. Server is temporarily limiting request. Interesting. Got an error message about API error. The server is temporarily limiting request. It's not about the usage limit. Please help me understand what this is and what I can do to fix it. I'm gonna check the usage though, because I think I just set it for 100, and it might have burned through that 100 after I went over the hourly limit. No, it's spent 75 of the 100 limit that I set it on. So it's not that, but still it's crazy how much you pay for these credits when you're off the subscription. So you're asking, isn't one size fits all good though? I don't think so. I think that everybody has different, I would have to say the main thing being risk temperament. So like some people really like, you know, risky investing. Some people based on their time horizon. I mean, time horizon is more based on like, you know, a financial advisor would plan things, but what I found is when I did the one size fits all, kind of like when I was like I was self-taught for investing, except I like went through courses and followed people, and what I found were all these courses were very similar, and essentially like the method they were instructing me to do was like really boring. And it wasn't until I figured out, like, I started to know myself better in terms of like how I deal with money in certain situations with the market and how I react to the market in certain situations, that I was able to really start developing my own strategy. And once I developed my own strategy and I was applying it to the right things, then investing became like, it went from being like boring to very fun to very exciting to me, because I was able to focus on the parts of investing that I enjoyed most, which was basically assessing other businesses and identifying trends. So for me personally, it's been major. And I see that in a lot of people that I see are in investing. And this is something I think the future of investing is going to be. It's going to be AI. As AI gets better, people will be able to invest better based on their own, unique situation. And I think that this is the beginning of a major shift in investing because of AI. So getting in at the start of it, and the project will just evolve over time as AI evolves. Alright, so it looks like never had this error before. Continue. Saying compact before continuing. So if you want to see for yourself, there is a very generous free tier on Stackivate, and it starts with an onboarding quiz that puts people in like a basic archetype based on just some simple questions, and then it takes them down a path of a learning path based on their archetype. So then they can start using some of the features and really like go from there to go beyond an archetype into like their own specific style. You have some understanding of finance and markets, but prefer your investing to be as boring as possible. See, there you go. Everybody's got a different preference on that. You need to make things more boring. And I mean, this project could definitely use the AI coach to tell you want to make it even more boring. You could find a way to make it more boring, but also more in alignment with where your skills are, with like how you want to invest, so that over time you can get better. Because that's another thing. I feel like a lot of the even when it's like really boring, set it and forget it type investing, there's not much improvement going on. So now with like the automatic journaling and the AI coach, that improvement can be utilized. All right, now continue. So you did over 50% CAGR doing active investing for 5 to 10 years. Then the Chinese stock market crashed and you lost all your outperformance. That is, I totally believe it. That is a very common I think that's one of the most common, I don't know what the right word would be, issues maybe with investors is, you know, they feel like they get in the market at the right time, but then they don't sell at the right time, and they ended up, you know, collecting a bunch of gains, and then it can be erased so quick. So like if you had more education on how to lock in those profits, you know, that right there probably would have helped. The market does 10%. The best investors in the world do 20 to 30%. You did over 50% for many years. I've definitely done many years where, like, I started learning investing with crypto. So I've definitely had many years where I've done over 100%. And now I've gotten more into the stock market too, being more diversified. But you are right. I mean, that's most, you know, a lot of people are happy with, or I wouldn't say happy, but a lot of people are given a standard of returns to being like 5 to 7%, which is like the same as inflation. So it's like, what's the point? Like, you're just investing just to stay even with inflation. So, but I think what you mean, the best investors in the world do 20 to 30% consistently. It's insane how good that is, like actually bonkers. That is true. But then it all got wiped. Turns out you weren't Buffett. No doubt. You're not counting crypto, that's not fair. I hear you. And crypto was like magnified learning experience because it was 24/7. Now, from what I understand, the stock market's going to be running 24/7 now because of AI. But when I first started learning, I remember I listened to this podcast, and I listened to maybe like 100 episodes of it, and it was like some of the best investors, and pretty much all of them ended up going broke like at least once, if not twice, and like taking a break and being like, I quit, this is like, you know, this is not for me. But then like something called them back to it, they started again, and it was maybe their like third or fourth try where they just got it and something clicked and they became really good. So that's totally typical, that people will do really well even over the course of like a couple of years and then just lose everything. Highest performance of anything is the Medallion Fund, which did 70% for decades, and that's a quant fund. So that's going to be major with AI, and like I'm not even on that level of index, or not index funds, but funds like the kind of funds you're talking about, quant funds, stuff like that. But as I follow AI and finance, which I really enjoy doing, and see where it's going, you know, I think right now a lot of this stuff is limited by what I would call outdated regulations that were created before AI existed. But now I think once people see the value more and more and AI gets better, I think people will be pushing to change the regulations to allow for AI to make things better. But you know, that's just have to wait and see. Time will tell. I'm good to commit and push now. Start up a fresh new context. Get the founder deal locked in. You think the biggest thing for retail investors, not trying to beat the market, but how to avoid getting scammed? And I think AI will help a ton with that. All these expenses can be drastically lowered, I believe, over time with AI usage. And then there's also tax minimization. AI can definitely help with that too. So I'm gonna go max effort plan mode. Seeing how much it costs to actually pay for the tokens instead of using the subscription is like I heard that basically these companies are losing money because it costs them more for the tokens than what they're giving people on the subscription. And now I really see like the difference in, wow, I do not want to take it for granted how much usage I've got. Like if I did not have the, I mean, just looking at that right there, that would have been like that was already like $80 after it ran, after I did the original bug hunt. Like everything else I did after that, I'm fixing the bugs and the auditing was like $80. And that was like 2 hours of work. So definitely, definitely making the most out of building as much as I can and trying to build systems and not relying on having agents to be required to run the systems and or more like operate the systems. Create my own systems that agents can work in instead of create a system that is only possible through the agent, if that makes sense. So you've used a tiny bit of generative AI just from Google Gemini. Gemini's good. I would recommend, if you haven't tried it yet, check out the new GPT Images 2.0. Also Midjourney and Ideogram are good. GPT once, depending on when you tried it, that Images 2.0 is kind of new. You've never integrated it into your programming environment. Claude design is new, but from what I understand with the GPT Images 2.0, the Codex design is better. And Draco, welcome to the chat. You have 2 accounts, Claude 20X and Codex Pro today. You buy Llama Claude Max. You maximize use for multiple projects by Pi Agent. Okay, this is the second time I've heard about this Pi Agent. So I gotta look up Pi Agent now for sure. And Llama Claude Max. I feel like I looked up that before, so I'm gonna look up both those things real quick. And I was hearing there's some more too, like a mini max. Is good for most tasks, and it's like 10 times cheaper, or maybe even more than that, than like Claude or Codex. And that's what I think is the best thing, is like the competition between all these different companies in AI. That's what keeps costs cheap and what keeps the tech evolving so quickly. So let's see, I'm gonna do some research on Llama Claude and PyAgent. You like PyAgents because it can build and modify itself, do better and focus and technical your way. Definitely sounds like Hermes Agent. So I think that's what I'm going to do as a comparison for my research. I want to understand something. Somebody in the chat was talking about that today they mostly use Llama Claude Max. I think in opposition to Claude or Codex. So help me understand what Llama Claude Max is. And they were able to maximize use for multiple projects by PyAgent. So give me a rundown on Llama Claude Max and PyAgent. You upset use Claude because he do quick win. I'm thinking usually you'd use Claude because it does quick wins, doesn't follow rules, and prefer to do MVP always. You had stuck for months for moving projects to next phases. So I think the main thing I'm confused about is by Claude not following rules. I think I kind of know what you mean. And I definitely feel like I know what you mean about quick wins. You know, stuff that doesn't take a lot of planning and research, like bug fixes. So you're recommending in the chat, once you choose the best option, you should do spike, spec, and research. Make dumper context. I think that makes sense what you're saying. Like, don't always just go with what they're saying. Do your own research and map everything out. Definitely makes sense to me. So you're asking why not ask Claude review plan for hidden problems, ATC, I think, etc. That is a good good question. I did not know to even think of that. So basically, like, put it in plan mode, get the plan back. And then I think what you're saying is once it gets the plan back, ask it to do an analysis for any kind of possible hidden problems. I've never done that before, so I think that is definitely something I could start implementing and see what happens with that. Welcome back to the chat, C Films. I would have to say I'm doing good today. How about you? Hopefully you're doing good. Just went out wing foiling yesterday, so still feeling pretty good from that. Nice peaceful time out on the lake. So Drickle's saying sees now on using credits for saving. A long time ago, you would try to use credits and it would cost you like $154 in like 10 minutes. I believe that's possible. I think if I hadn't used basically just that 20 minutes of running ultra mode in Claude, if that was coming from straight credits, that probably would have costed me right there like easily over $100. Because just fixing the bugs that it found once it ran through my hourly session limit, that costed me almost $100. But I did have free credits from Claude that are getting close to expiring. So I was definitely looking for ways to use those up, and Ultra Code or Ultra Mode or whatever it's called was definitely a good way to use them. So now I know next time I use Ultra Mode, I'll just wait till the end of the week and wait till I have, you know, it can just use like the rest of my usage for my subscription. And I'm seeing why it would make way more sense just to buy a second account than to actually use, if it wasn't free credits, to use actual money, because the cost is like not even close to being close. So good to hear you're doing good, C Films. Just building out the did a bug search with that Ultra Mode, and now I'm building out essentially the founding offer for Stackivate. So it's going to be first month free, second month free if you find a bug in the first month, and then locked into the founder price for however long you want to keep the account. So that'll be just limited to the first 10 users. And I did the bug hunt, so I got rid of like all the bugs pretty much Claude could find in Codex. Now I'm building up the wiring in the offer. And then once I finish the stream, I just got to set the changes with Stripe. And then the offer will be live. And it will be first 10 users to claim it. So hopefully that can get my first set of users on there, and then also find some hidden bugs too. This is my first app that is actually a paid app. I did like some kind of like apps for fun when I first started learning this, but they were more just for like just kind of learning and seeing what was possible. So this is the first like real paid app that I've launched, and it will be the first of not sure how many, but keep on getting better every time. Wow, Drickle's saying if there was no subscription for Claude, you would have paid about $37,000. I'm guessing that's like overall, probably not per month. But either way, I mean, that's like, I believe it. I totally believe it. And I'm like even more grateful now that I'm seeing this. Even more grateful that those subscriptions are so generous. Like, I had no idea. I just like, you know, started using the subscription, and it wasn't until I ran over the usage and actually started burning credits that I saw how much they actually charge for credits and how quick you burn through them. So I would definitely love advice for the app. Any advice you have, I appreciate it. And you're saying you would launch it for free and see if I get users first. So I do have a free tier. I do have a very good free tier, I believe. That'll just get better. So essentially, the main thing is that the paid tier part, the paid tier costs like API costs that you know, I'm not really sure what that would cost. Like if I got basically like if I just had like, you know, maybe 10 users, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But if I got even like 100 free users, that would cost me too much. And if it was like 1,000, like it would just take off my whole budget for the business. But maybe I could find a way to make like a slimmed down paid tier version. I guess that's kind of what I've done in certain aspects of the free tier. But there is a very good free tier. So I have got some user data on the free tier, and that has helped. And also, I mean, you know, this is like my first app that I've launched, and it's been maybe like a month since I've launched it. So there's still a long ways to go. And I never expected this to be like, you know, launch it and then like users would just show up overnight. I understand it's going to be a journey of like marketing and bringing in traffic and finding out what works, stuff like that. But how many users I have right now is about 2 or 3. So definitely coming in. I guess I didn't really guess, I guess. But I think it's definitely slow. And that's kind of what I understand is it starts really slow and then over time start to get the marketing down. Once the marketing's down, then I can run paid ads. And that should help a lot. But for now, I'm fine with it being slow. I'm still, you know, learning, setting this business systems up and everything like that. And I think in a few months, I'll just keep getting better at this, and then it'll make more sense to fund the marketing more to speed up the process. But I think for right now, I'm pretty comfortable with very minimal use on it, and still, because I'm still building it out too. That was just like the MVP that I launched. So you're saying setting up digital payments is going to be one of the most annoying parts of this. Oh, I've already done that. And it was kind of, to me, the most annoying part is doing the design work. And then I would say hunting and fixing bugs. Although that ultra mode was, that was money. That was like, I'm going to use ultra mode for bug fixes from now on. What if the payment system is bugged? Well, the payment system is through Stripe. So that would be a bug on Stripe's end. I mean, I guess there's some bugs that would be like the gating to the app in Stripe. And I mean, it's just like anything in life, you know. Can't expect everything to be perfect. From what I understand, even some of the best developers still find problems and bugs from time to time. But I just look at it as whatever comes up, I'll learn from it. I mean, this is a LLC. It's an actual business, so the liability is limited to the business. And I mean, I'm still taking security and everything super seriously, and doing like, you know, multiple checks on the same security issues. And I mean, I think the main thing is using a company like Stripe. So most of the issues with payments is going to be on Stripe itself. Yes, has an LLC. Everything is set up for the business bank account. EIN is registered with the IRS. So that's the easy part for me, because I've been an entrepreneur and I've started so many businesses over the past like 10 to 15 years. So that stuff, like, I just know how to do it. Like, it's just a process I've done so many times before. No, I keep different. I do not have one LLC for everything. Definitely is not a good idea. You want to have one LLC for one business. You want to make sure that business bank account is only dealing with money from that particular business. You don't want to spend like money from one business on another business and cross funds like that. Basically like that. And going back to Drickle, did I hear about BridgeMind? Yes, I know who BridgeMind is. He's actually been on this stream before, and I've talked to him when he came on the stream, and he was giving me some good advice. That was he started before I did. I saw him and maybe like 2 other people started before me, and they were definitely like big inspirations. Like, I was already planning on doing this more for like the business systems, where he's creating like, you know, tools for vibe coding, and I got into it wanting to create business systems. But it wasn't until I saw BridgeMind and a few other creators, what they were doing, that it really inspired me to do some kind of like live building. And I'm very glad I did, for the main reason being so many really helpful people in the chat that have come through with information that I wasn't able to find through AI, and it's sped up my learning curve a ton. So you tried his product for $50 and you didn't like it. It's like Tmux or Warp terminal with multi-terminal with small features and bugs. So basically, I have not tried BridgeMind's product. From what I understand, like, that would take away my learning curve. Like, I want to learn to like basically do what he's doing with like agentic orchestration. I see definitely use cases for a lot of people that don't have the time to put in that I'm doing. But it sounds like you understand this on a level that's better than that. And I think the main thing that I don't want to take that direction that he's doing is that what I've seen with even other people who have, when I first started especially, they had, you know, setups and like workarounds, ways to use Claude better and everything like that. And I essentially see that as competition with Claude, because Claude sees what all these people are doing and using. And then Claude it would just make sense for Claude to implement these things on its own, which is what it's doing. So a lot of people that were offering me this information of like kind of shortcuts that they figured out, a month later, Claude would just, you know, add that as like a new skill or a new feature in a new feature they would bring out. So I have business ideas that I've always wanted to implement, and this is making it so I can set up systems and implement all the businesses that I've wanted to have applications for that I haven't done yet. So what you do with AI is open source, solve community problems in Rust. I have a basic understanding of Rust. And that's awesome. I understand, like, this is a really good community. Like, I had no idea. I always thought coding would be like super difficult. That's why I never even really looked into it. I mean, maybe I looked into it like for like 10 minutes here and there and just was like, you know, this is like, you know, I don't want to put in the time to learning this. But now that I'm actually learning it, because I'm also like trying to learn code on the side while I'm, you know, creating code with AI. And I wish I would have learned code a long time ago, because I actually like this way more than I thought. So this is all definitely like guidance by the creator to guide me down the right path for my skill set. And not only that, but all the people in this community, for the most part, like, this is a really, really awesome set of people. Coders, like, I feel like I get along with them very well, and I feel like they kind of operate on the same kind of like wavelength, like-minded people as me in a lot of ways. So I enjoy talking to coders. I enjoy especially talking about like the tech and the trends and where they think it's going, and, you know, hearing how things used to be before AI came along. So where am I finding the ideas from? I would have to say give thanks to the Most High Creator every time. Give thanks for inspiration. You know, my ideas come from the, you might say the Akashic Records. You might say the universe. You might say Jah. You might say God. However you want to phrase it. You know, just giving thanks, because I feel like I'm blessed with a lot of good ideas. And I find personally for me, like, a lot of times my best ideas come from meditation, when my mind is turned off and I'm just really like connected, if that makes sense. And also being in nature, doing a lot of especially like extreme sports like mountain biking, snowboarding, things where I can't afford to, like, I have to stay 100% focused on what I'm doing, and my mind, you know, can't really like wander, and it just like puts me in a meditation. And being in nature, being like in nature and being in that meditative mind space really brings me like the best ideas. And like the best ideas usually come to me when I'm not even trying. If I'm like trying to like come up with a good idea, it's like usually not going to work. It's like, you know, maybe I run into a problem, all about like abundance mindset, path of least resistance. If I hit some kind of resistance, instead of like trying to force my way through, I usually just kind of take a step back, and then I can like go out in nature and do something that's like meditative to me, and the answers just come to me, or maybe through like a dream or something like that. So you know, a lot of people who use AI for building SaaS or games. You don't judge them. Does not matter how you earn money in your personal single life. Enjoy. Thank you. That is a good mindset. You know, if everybody was the same, this world would be super boring. So we all got our own unique skills and talents we can bring to the world, and just becoming more aware of like what those are, and finding ways that you can implement them into your life and other people's lives. And I'm always talking about, my main focus is on providing value, not on making money. So I've known from business that's I feel like that's the best abundance mindset for businesses. Focus on providing value, and like the money will come through. What is the tech stack for this app? So this one's going to be next.js. I have it written down. I have different tech stacks for different apps. I believe, yeah, this one, if you're coming from Twitch, maybe it's not in the Twitch description, but it should be in the YouTube description. Let's see, so now I just gotta check out the app layer is done for the promo. And then I just gotta check it with Stripe. You skipped crypto chance. Don't skip AI chance to be reach and own your dreaming became true. I hear what you're saying 100%. I didn't skip the crypto chance. I saw crypto when it came out, and I remember being like one of the only people I knew who believed in it, and so many people just told me like everything about crypto, especially even before inflation got bad. And I was talking about how like the dollar would keep losing its value and inflation would get worse, and as inflation got worse, crypto's use case would become much better. So many people were like, no way, the dollar is like stable, the dollar's never gonna like get bad inflation again. And I was like, okay. So many people told me, you know, crypto's, after it had that first bull run, that, oh, that was just a tulip thing and it's just gonna go down to zero. And I believed in it, but I doubted myself too much. Like if I could go back in time, I would have gone all in on crypto, but I only went like a small percentage in on crypto. And I've learned over time, especially with investing, not to go talk to people about the moves that I make until after I make them, because I've missed out on some really good investments by people who I thought were experts in a certain field, telling me not to do something because it was a really bad idea for whatever reason, and I just went with their judgment, even though they were not good investors. They just were like experts in a certain field of investment I wanted to make, and that was some of my biggest mistakes. So now I'm seeing this and I'm like learning from all my mistakes in the past. I'm like, okay, I recognize these other trends in my life very well. I believed in it when no one else did, and it paid off. But had I gone all in, I would have been way happier. So now I'm seeing this and I'm like, this is probably, I mean, this to me is bigger than crypto. And I'm definitely, I mean, this is like my full-time job. Like most people work 8 hours a day, you know, and then they take breaks and stuff. And I'm doing this easily 8 hours a day, usually more. So like I'm going on, this is where I see the future. I'm just gambling on myself right now. You heard of crypto at 2010. I think I first heard of it at like 2013. You used it as a payment, but had no chance to buy some. You were young and poor and lived in Foster. So that's another thing. I mean, you know, I definitely did not have a lot of money when crypto first came out, when I first heard of it, or when it first came out. So even if I had gone all in back then, like it wouldn't have been much. Well, it would have been a lot actually, because only $1,000. Like, I mean, 2010, you could have got like 100 Bitcoin for like $1,000. But back then, $1,000 was like a ton of money to me. And just keep learning and getting better, though. You know, that's life, though. All you can really do, I think, is just like learn from your mistakes and keep getting better. I'd have to say right now that I've done about everything I can do on stream. For security, I got to do the payment processing stuff off stream. And then by tomorrow, the offer should be live. So I'll come back on another live stream tomorrow and I'll explain the offer better and like promote it a little bit more and get into running through, like do some like live run throughs of like using the project. I want to start building a portfolio just with that project and do it live on stream. Like, you know, make buys like at least once a week. And I think that's going to be a really awesome process to demonstrate. But I would have to say, give thanks to all the people in the chat. And I see there's another message coming up. You did some web task like reCAPTCHA solver, video view, review post task, and they pay as crypto. Oh, so this must have been back in like 2010. So you got like 0.001 Bitcoin for each task. So that would have been like 1,000 tasks to get like 0.1 Bitcoin. But I mean, at least it got you like something. I know back then I think how I first heard about it was the miners. I knew a couple people who were mining Bitcoin. And I was like, what is that? And that's how I first heard of it. But so many people too. I mean, even people at the beginning, they got in and then they just sold way too early. or else they lost their account and forgot about it. So the amount of crypto that's just sitting there that's just like will never be recovered is an interesting concept of like, I guess it'll just always be not used forever. I don't think there's ever, from what I understand, I don't think there's any way that people like lost their accounts that it could be recovered in a lot of cases. So interesting technology. But that being said, I'm gonna end the stream for right now, take a break, and get this payment part done, and I'll be back again soon. So give thanks every time, respect, and everybody have a good night, day, morning, whatever it is where you're at. So until next time, I'm out.